Eh, tes tes, halo semuanya. Selamat sore semuanya. Tunggu, karena ini overlay baru kayaknya eh aku melakukan suatu kesalahan. Jadi tunggu sebentar. Kayaknya suara gameku nggak masuk ya harusnya. Duh, 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 duh. Sebentar ya, kayaknya suara gamenya nggak masuk nih. Audio ini kah? Bukan. Halo Ketua Yuuichi. Jadi aku fix ketua nih ya. Halo Natasha. Guys, ini suara gamenya btw nggak masuk ya di kalian ya? Aduh, kenapa ya? Ya be. Aku ada edit gak sih? Iya ini suara gamenya gak ada. Oke. Iya nih aku lagi mencoba memperbaiki. Oh ya ampun aku salah. Bodoh. Hmm, eh oh no, gak ada. Tunggu. Ini speaker. Tidak ada juga. Bagaimana inilah? Capture audio only. Aman suaranya, iya aman tapi gamenya gak ada suaranya ini. Sangat gawat. Aduh aku nggak cek lagi pas ini. Ini kalau sampai gak ada suaranya aku pindah ke overlay lama dulu ini. Video nggak ada. Ya B, tidak ada suara. Salah. Di output. Ini kalau aku ganti scene, stream memperbaiki layout game, bukan layout sih. Di OBS ke mute enggak. Kayaknya nggak masuk gitu di OBS-nya. Terus aku lupa cek kan, ternyata aku lupa anuin. Sangat jabe. Buka default nggak ada. Aku tambahin lagu dulu deh supaya nggak hening. tambahin lagu ya sebentar. Eh, kenapa bahkan lagu pun gak ada suara? Hmm. Maaf ya, aduh. Malah jadi bertunggu. Oh, gimana? Udah suara gamenya udah ada belum? Ya, kalau lagu tadi ada, soalnya aku tambahin. Iya, aku tambahin. Kalau gamenya udah ada belum? Harusnya udah. Hah? Udah. Udah. Oh, akhirnya. Oke, thank you semuanya. Jadi membuang waktu. Kalau gitu tidak perlu lama lagi, kita lanjutkan saja. Thank you udah nungguin. Lagi rapi-rapi kah? Iya tadi. Aduh. Loh. Iya, ini kan overlay baru, terus aku lupa cek, ternyata suara gamenya belum masuk. Sekarang udah. No problem ketua. ini fix banget ya. Wih, namanya ganti betul. Jadi mana kita terakhir ya? Ini gara-gara kasihkan ngobrol kemarin. Are you holding? Gimana kalian sudah makan belum? Oh iya, aku lupa pasang. Belum makan dulu. Malam. Oh iya. Baru sadar itu Twitch. Saya masih di Galaxy Wolf. Oke. Iya, thank you loh udah nonton dari Twitch juga. Aku baru sadar iya logonya Twitch tuh. Aku bodoh sekali aku. Duh, apa terakhir Dead Picture ya? Photograph taken by Harley's red-handed. Nyaho, halo Kamitsu Yuka, halo deh. Mau suara Yui hampir ketahuan. Oh iya. Tadi aku dikasih tahu ya, aku udah kecilin. Harusnya udah mendingan belum Yuki? Nice. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that. That's for sure. Nyaho. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it anyway. Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely, if you can have your doubts about me now, you can still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Itu saja. Kukira Green Goblin ternyata topi. Tunggu, apa Green Goblin dari mana, Ivan? Halo Ivan BTW. Welcome. Udah mendingan kalau aku udah tahu apa-apa enggak. Oke. Mungkin aku kecilin dikit. Nah, udah. Kenapa suara Why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened at night. Iya sih, bilang aja. If really like it from you. Aduh. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 221 to Windy Bank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. Menonton Yuuichi di double stream. Kamu niat. Tapi thank you loh. Pusing gak sih kalau nonton double streaming? Tapi oke. Nice effort. I don't know what it's about or not. Ini kayaknya bakal jadi streaming attorneyku yang terakhir mungkin ya, kalau ini tamat gitu. Aku nggak tahu apa aku harus ada part selanjutnya lagi atau enggak. I had no idea of that. It's gonna kick off today. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What? I nearly died. I did, and next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was leaving it there like I don't know. Oh alah, dia nggak kelihatan. Ternyata di depannya ada the girl who was in here. I think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. Ini sesuai banget berarti ya. The mental script, have you got it here? It sounds leave a lot of paper with you. The story? Beg your pardon. Then after something or other, it's here. I want to say. Sorry yang lain. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. Terus kau beneran mati dong Om? Gimana Pak? I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here. That's all. Just let me see it and I'll go. Memang nih sebenarnya Gina itu sweet ya. Cuma soon-nya itu sangat tinggi ya. Very soon. Nah kalau pusing sebab saya nonton di Twitch dan play nya saya pause. Oh, I see. Aku paham Trinity. Thank you Trinity. Sangat niat ya. Tapi aku aku hargai. So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright when postscript songs were line after all that just to check for me gini. Oh si Iris tadi. Anyway, then there was a bit of kick up out in the main bit of the story. The skulking brothers arriving on the scene, yes. Oh, what was that sound? Someone's breaking it. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Okay, dia. Oh well, I'll come. Oh no. Now that we fully see, we must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Oh no! And with that, he took the gun out of me out of me hands and walked back out into the shop. Ya tentu saja sangatlah niat memang terbaik. Terus aku baru sadar dong, ternyata chat yang di tweet gak kebaca di ini dong, di layar. Ya juga ya, kan aku ambilnya dari sana. Baiklah, akan kuperbaiki. Aku baca chatnya dari aplikasi. Good evening, sorry I can accompany you tonight. Tidak apa stream, thank you for coming stream. Tidak apa stream, kamu sibuk kah hari ini? Sibuk kamu? Tak apa. Just want to go out to store. Aduh. I heard a couple of shots go off too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Lah terus, cause you took whoever had to enter my car for you. Okay. But when I got a better look at him, I knew he's dead. Windy Bang was a gunner. Okay. It's okay, brother. Windy, brother. Dipanggilnya brother. I feel funny all of a sudden kind of this. After that I don't remember. Okay, dia pingsan di situ ya. Have something to do, but if you still stream when I done, I'll go here again. Have a good stream and day. Thank you stream. Have a good day and semoga yang kamu kerjakan berjalan lancar. Semangat menggalang dana Simfonia. Tuh, untung aku bacanya belakangan. Ya, Om, ya Tante. Dananya untuk saya ya, 1 hot choco boleh satu hari satu hot choco. Siap, aku baru baca langsung. aduh. Tentu saja. Please stay with you and make sure you doing good. Astaga, aku udah kayak apa dititipin gitu loh. Ya stream, you go and do your stuff, okay? Hope it went well for you. Selamat mengerjakan sesuatu itu, Galaxy Galaxy stream. Kebalik nih aku. All they said was if I kept telling lies, it will make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Gini. Don't worry, just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Broom. What was there in the afternoon? That angered Benedict. Hei kamu. Halo Taki. Welcome Taki. Apa kamu sudah makan Taki? Aduh. Oh, berarti kamu lihat dong. Is this the real end? Nggak tahu juga ya Taki. Tapi ini harusnya ya. Maybe. Could be. Habis nanggung ya kalau ini pasti udah terakhir ini. Kalau aku tambah satu part lagi kayaknya terlalu bentar. Mungkin aku bisa habisin di sini sih. I did the right to was best at the time. But the pain of the terror of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Don't forget that I also made you a promise. Told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Aku sangat Ryunosuke memang sangat jantan. But what if I'm lying? Could be working to get another killer of the who for all you know. Well, I don't care. I trust you. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Terus kaget. Bener kan? Before I left Japan, I was blah blah blah. Ini menceritain blah blah blah. Aduh. Oh no. Oh dia baru tahu juga. But there was one person who stood up for me. Who believed in me. Kazuma. I was prepared to defend me. Welcome, enjoy your stream ya, bye. Thank you. Gak mau makan, tunggu disuapin. Aduh Taki, ternyata Taki makan selama ini disuapin ya. Taki mau disuapin siapa Taki? Yang gak ada yang suapin kah malam ini? Aduh Kazuma, you know scan of me more than I do. Oh astaga, very good. If it's to me, all you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. Memang ya. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. Pastilah ya, pasti ada keraguan gitu loh. Gak mungkin bisa percaya 100% langsung. But I was wrong. Ya. Boom, aduh kangen. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. Aduh, that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. Boom. Kangennya, astaga. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. No. Aduh. Memang. My bro. Since then, I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. If you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. Yeah. So you're saying, I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry, I won't let you down. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna let alone and desert you. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar? Yes, you are not like McGilded. I know that. You're our friend. We know you better than you think. Oh. And we come to the conclusion that you are someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need. Exactly. No. You still spell my name wrong, gini. Narrow Hodo. Nah, nangis. Wah, siku. Let's go. Let's go. I've been both a defendant and defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. Nangis, dia nangis. Okay. Halo Yui, halo Mie. Welcome Mie, thank you udah mampir Mie. Selamat malam Mie, apa kamu sudah makan Mie? How you're doing? Aduh, kita dibatuk. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage. See? The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Ini baru aja kelar makan. Oh, bagus. Good deh. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument. Aduh, I cannot apa tadi. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, si Eggert nih. Yui sendiri udah makan atau belum? Aku udah makan ya. Sebelum stream aku udah makan. Thank you udah tanyain lo. Ada hukuman guillotine? Ada di cerita ini ada kayaknya. Maksudnya di sistem hukum yang ini ya. Kayaknya ada. Ini kamu tanya random atau ada pembicaraan yang aku lewatkan tadi? Pembicaraan di game yang aku lewatkan sampai terpikirkan guillotine. Tapi seingat aku di case ketiga pas pertama kali datang ke sini juga dibilangin kayaknya ada deh sistem guillotine. Hukuman guillotine. Now can you state your name and occupation for the record? Ashley Graydon. Oh. Tuh kok namanya beda. Ashley Graydon, communication officer. Okay. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody will kindly explain what all this is about. You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way, I presume. and some nonsense about me. Blah 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 blah. That is the accusation in it. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Blah 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 blah. Let's go. Pakai joget, jogetnya masih ada. Siap, gladly my lord, gladly. Ya ampun. Sut. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking service from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I call you with these thugs to bring into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives say homebrewed tincture? What's that mean? Tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. But it's on the crime scene, it should be serious, right? Itu kan di tempat kejadian, berarti serius lah. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I'm dismayed. Okay, for the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy, it was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most in the assembly of jurors today. Ada apa ini? How long am I expected to be detained here? Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Ew, some small consolation at least. Let us not have a blah blah blah. Let's go. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Nama kamu berubah ya. Jadi siapa? Ashley? Is it Ashley? Apa? Lupa. Oh, Graydon. Graydon, apa tadi namanya? My apologies, you are. What? Do you know Scanner Horror Defense Lawyer? We have met. Yeah. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Oh, Ashley, bener dong. Enchante. So. Whoa! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Nice hair, okay. But I'm not holding your flashy head white video. Okay. Oke, dimulailah witness testimony. Yes, the accusation. So we ask, hold it, mata. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though of course you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what? The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. Thank you. Tapi, she's going to be evasive, is he? Okay. Okay. Halo Yuuichi, halo Hachiman. Bagaimana kabarmu Hachiman? Thank you loh sudah datang, sudah mampir ke sini. Bagaimana kabarmu Hachiman? It's true. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Iya kan? It's positive right there. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? But it's yours! How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Soames' chemical is able to spare me the science lesson. But who is this Soames character anyway? Bro. Oh, I assume all others would know the name. He's a renowned detective, so even you're unable to bring yourself to say great detective. But a great detective? Whoa. Wow. Chotto. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulking? What? Me? The Mr. Skulking next to Bukan, hey! Yang sebelah, hey! Mr. Nice Skulking? Yeah, you? Tunggu, aku belum tanya kamu. Halo Hachiman yang ganteng. Cie, dipanggil ganteng. Tapi ya Hachiman ganteng. It is not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. I must have been him. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nescalking, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waved his arm around like that much more, it will open up the wound again. It's all. It will what? It will what? Worse, he took the blood, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh! Oh! He take a bullet, eh? He take a bullet, eh? Okay. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Okay. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two rats are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless initiation. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. Halo Mat Malam, halo ya. Halo Evi. Welcome to the stream. Thank you loh udah datang. How's your day, Evi? Bagaimana harimu? Kamu baik-baik saja? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Whoa. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? Jangan, aduh. With your testimony. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker establishment where the man was killed. Harusnya kayaknya tunggu. Aduh salah. Salah. I'm not okay dari pagi sampai sekarang hujan terus. Di sana hujan kah? Ini kamu not okay karena hujan kah? Kenapa memang hujan? Aku hujan baru tadi sih. Kenapa memang Evi? Bukannya kalau hujan tuh kayak adem gitu. Aduh. What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Perhaps now would be a good time to have proper look. Okay. Tadi kayaknya aku mau kasih di sini nih. Oh ini. Benar. Sama di tempat tinggal saya hujan dari pagi sampai sore. Wow, ternyata hujan di tempat kalian awet banget ya. Di sini kayak bentaran doang gitu. Nggak bisa keluar rumah, bosen mau jalan-jalan. Oh, mau jalan-jalan. Emang hari biasa gini mau jalan-jalan kemana biasa, Evi? Jalan-jalan ke mall gitu ah? It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Ginales tried that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it? Boom! La. As I have retired numerous times now, you are mistaken, that was not me. I've never seen that this before in my life. Bro, kamu kembar juga jangan-jangan. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Coba perlihatkan jari Anda. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor creation. Awet hujannya, awet sampai mengantuk. Aduh, makanya asik kan. Kalau lagi hujan tuh asiknya tidur biasa. Lain kali beli cemilan gitu, aduh. Nyemil, tiduran, dengerin hujan, asik. You refuse to allow court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your tongue? No. Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch. Well, it would seem I underestimate you. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempt to take this from the defendant? Boom! Jalan-jalan sama teman, terus tawuran sama desa sebelah. Waduh. Tidak boleh. Siapa yang mengajarkan tawuran? Terus bosen ya karena nggak tawuran, astaga. Cari hobi yang baru dong, jangan tawuran dong. Kok sedih banget. Apa kayak gitu jalan-jalan apa gitu. It's really quite simple. You see that this was mine from the outset. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my lone friend has established a link. Ya, pokoknya between you two. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about the disc now. Enggak gitu juga. Tawur. Tidak boleh tawuran. Saatnya berdamai seperti klan apa tuh yang meme-nya Naruto itu. Yang meme yang jabat tangan tuh, tahu nggak apa sih? Aku lupa deh siapa yang berjabat tangan di meme-nya. There's not only this saying for McGilded, but the items belongs to me. Then how come you tell them that you are not included in the case? Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttery, on that day in question. Okay, I proceed at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the officer. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Sebelumnya hobi saya hunting loli. Lolinya digedein tuh ya, di caps lock banget tuh ya, kayak menghunting sekali. Tapi dimarahin sama Pak Polisi. Hati-hati kamu, jangan terlalu liar kamu. Hunting loli itu gimana? Berarti tiap hari kamu sediain ya? Kamu tuh sedia karung ya? First in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being accused of a distinctly messy murder. Okay. Yes, my lord. The one and the same time. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Tuh kan? How come you tell them that you are not involved? Stanley didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. This was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instruction to deposit it at the banks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? So he appeared that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. The disc. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Bukan ini ya? Oh iya, ini lupa darah siapa ini? Darah siapa ini? Aduh, lupa deh aku. Ini kah? Ini. This one, maybe? Bukan kah? Salah. Then what is it? What is it? The other ticket. Tunggu. Apa sih? Aku lupa loh. Ya salah, iya tadi salah. Ternyata tiket sebelahnya. Harusnya ini ya. Oh iya, harusnya ini yang small box. Oke, telat tapi udah benar sekarang. You know that you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. In any case, this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Boom. Sorry, my lord friend, but that's not true. Astaga, dibalikin dong, my lord friend. What? Mr. McGillit had another article in pawn at the Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Oh, look at him. Boom. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGillit in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the skulking brothers. Wow, nice one. Second ticket is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads 1 small box, a rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with this clown in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. Absolutely no need for me to resort it to theft. That's a good point. The witness make a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Grandon fellow needed the small box that very night. Kayaknya sangat membutuhkan sekali sampai harus pakai si pencuri itu ya. Halo bang, halo Yakult, Yakult. Tunggu aku sebut merek. Semangat bang live-nya, you got this. Maaf cuma bisa mampir dong. Iya, thank you Yakult, thank you loh. Thank you sudah datang. Have a nice day Yakult. Semoga harimu menyenangkan malam ini, oke? Thank you udah datang ya. Cuma bisa mampir dong. Ya gak apa-apa. Nama kamu harus Yakult banget. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zix? I do had to ruin my learned friend's argument, but truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, a small box was taken from Medibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. Okay. Show the photographic print to the court if you please. Yes, sir. Okay. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Foto apa lagi nih? As previously explained, using this plan of the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. Ini kenapa ada merek berjalan? Ada merek berjalan dong. Hebat memang ya. Brand ambassadornya. Wah, The Yakult. Mana temannya si Cimo dan Milo dan yang lain. Waduh, satu geng ya. Kamu tahu ya, ternyata mereka satu geng. McGill small box has been forwarded already 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves over the items in the shop's front. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it will appear. Aku nggak kelihatan jelas, mungkin nanti aku lihat lagi nanti. And then there we have another print. Oh, 2 hours after the incident. Ada patung itu dong, ada patung The Tinker dari Ace Attorney 1 dong. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Kayaknya lagi-lagi kita membutuhkan to, I must say that placing them side by side left me cold. Saatnya menggunakan mata kalian lagi, guys. Tetap nggak kelihatan jelas. Nggak bisa aku. Live streaming ini tidak disponsori oleh aku. Ada tidaknya ya. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive. In this case, we explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We count every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. Yeah, dihitungin. Dihitungin. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Okay. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. Ya mungkin karena dia gagal, maybe. Atau belum sempat ngambil. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Maaf Yuuichi, saya pergi dulu, ada urusan dengan toiletku. Oke. I'll be back. Siap. I feel later. Selamat mengurus, selamat ya. Menyelesaikan urusanmu dengan toilet kun. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen my gilded spawn box. Aduh, kenapa kamu harus joget gitu? Mabusi, I might have been able to break him down at last. Kenapa dia menjoget? Why? You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Ya, tentu saja kita akan melakukan photographic thing. Can we use it now? So, console in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution. What is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Well, let's just use the stethoscope. Do you have accept the prosecution's assertion? Okay. Could there be something hidden discrepancy? Maybe use a piece of evidence, Yaho, halo Vea, welcome ya to the stream. Selamat malam kamu Vea. Aku baru pertama kali lihat kamu Vea. Selamat datang Vea. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'll like to try something if I may. What do you mean, Consul? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court to identify this discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. This one. Korek. Oh, ini dia. Right. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh, yes, you've got the bug. At last, you can't resist it, can you? You've got the crossed eye compulsion. Let's go! Oh. Tuh, goyang. Dia goyang. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. Boom. You must identify the location in question for the court console. Sudah jelas, Machiron. This one. Gimana caranya? Huh. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. Hayo. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Oh. Zoom! A single area stands out as being different the location of the small box. Whoa. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Dia kaget sambil make. By Jove, you're like how extraordinary. Tunggu, kenapa kamu harus sampai juling? Fansix, gantian Fansix. Kasian Jun, kasian si Pak Hakim. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillet's small box was indeed not stolen from any banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillet is in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGillet's box wasn't stolen then. Okay. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changed? It changed? Oh, bodoh. Bodoh. Tolong. Bodoh. Tunggu, aku salah pilih, astaga. Or so I thought at first. You think I would say it changed nothing? No. It changed everything. Tunggu, salah. But actually I would say it changed everything. Mantul, teknologinya zaman dulu. Kan zaman sekarang udah ada, tapi dipakai buat apa ya? Aku juga kurang tahu ya. Well, damn, it's changed your mind certainly, and that's capricious behavior earns you a penalty, my learned friend. Maaf. But console, if nothing was stolen and all that happened, is the fact that what was moved a small box. Tunggu, aku harus save dulu karena darahku tinggal 2. Hadir. Halo coba-coba ID. Welcome. Thank you udah datang. Bagaimana harimu coba-coba ID? Apakah hari ini menyenangkan? What are you suggesting? Kenapa kamu senyum begitu? What's with that smirk, Mr. Ashley? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelf at Winnie Banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Fansix. We leave arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Ya, maafkan aku, Fansix. Menegangkan sekali. Menyenangkan. Bagus. Semoga besok juga menyenangkan ya. Aku senang kamu senang. Aku senang kamu senang. We should have a report within half an hour. Waduh, lama juga ya. 30 menit. I think perhaps we should rest for a short. To be hoodwinked by such a farceman is disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Francis. Jangan gitu kamu. Ini benar-benar berhubungan. What do you mean? It's nothing but a smoke screen. And Nippon speciality, it would seem. Mana ada? That's the truth. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has proceeded with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that his witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGillet from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. Stop with that smear! I don't like you. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Hey, siapa yang bilang it's not worth it? Huh? Kita belum cek. Kita juga belum cek yang itu tuh, yang disknya itu kita belum cek. Terus kenapa ada darah di sana? Huh? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial, a trial in which he was found not guilty, a trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society's implied in fact. So I proposed a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Kamu nyinyir aku terus. The articles this upstanding member of society found were ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yare kudarane. Kamu jangan gitu kamu ya. Diam kamu kalau aku buktikan. It is incumbent on the defense not to bolster its argument. Stop that, Francis. To explain what possible significance those commonplace articles found by this fine citizen called. Well, what is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? What's the matter, you know? You know that they are related, don't we? They are both vital pieces of evidence. We know your true character, and we know that this is significant even if we don't know why. We have to acknowledge that McGillet's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed based on false information. Oh. Iya dong. Oh no. Sulit. Bagaimana ini? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. Great opportunity? Gimana? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later the truth comes out every time. Yes, alright, the exact significance of the things that McGill deposited with Mr. Living is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chance of winning this case. Tunggu. Kenapa saya barengan dong? Oh my god. Should I or should... Oh... My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, Consul? Oh no! I would like to call the defendant Miss Gina straight to the witness stand. Oh no! My god. To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windy Banks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it will be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. The impact it will have on accused standing and individual. Oh. Orphanix, would you care to explain that last remarks? The prosecution accepts the defense proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Damn. So hard, bro. Gak usah gaya kamu, gak ada topinya. Then I shall bid you good day. Hey! Don't go, hey! Stay there. Who told you to go, huh? You sir shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you is. Oh, good. Datang, lihat cowok blonde. Bagus, Joanna, bagus. Iya, kamu datang tepat sekali ya. Kita Yamada, halo. Oh, Sakurako. Halo, Sakurako. Welcome. How's your day, Sakurako? Selamat malam. Iya, selamat malam. Are intimately related with the omnibus case. The trial was heard 2 months ago. Her testimony helped to establish blah blah blah. The omnibus case was intriguing the best, and now here we all are. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps many upon his friend. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along Lancaster streets. Itu pas case 3 ya, pas case 3. Lama kagak mampir ke sini. Iya, kamu sudah lama tidak melihatmu, Sakurako. Welcome. Sibuk kah kamu, Sakurako? Ada sibuk kah? Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage. Mr. McGill, naturally, who was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of some unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGill died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, as it does the omnibus murder itself. I recall either this or the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, they didn't know what to mean. Oh no, ngerti nggak ya Gina, kayak just tell the truth gitu. Iya, kesibukan di real life. Oh, I see. Iya, semoga yang kamu kerjakan berjalan lancar, Sakurako. Jangan lupa istirahat. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Waduh! Please, Mr. This is extremely important. it transpires that you will fully information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Oh no! And naturally you will lose all credibility as a witness. Oh no. Although let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Buma, tidak! We're on your side. Ayo Gina cerita. Storynya emang panjang ya di game, kayaknya kagak kelar-kelar. Ya ini bentar lagi kelar, kayaknya ini bakal jadi part terakhir bahkan, kayaknya ya. Ini bentar lagi udah mau selesai, soalnya ini case terakhir. Tapi masih gantengan Yuuichi atau ada Naomi. Bah, astaga, Galaxy Wolf kamu mah. Seaja kamu mah. It's the right choice gitu. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded found articles that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. Ayo Gina cerita. Let's go. Like Van Zik said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. Gantengan Ryouko ikemen gimana? Gimana Sakurako? Kenapa deh ikemen? Kochen itu kawaii, dia manis. Bukan ganteng, gimana Ryouko ganteng? Truth is that brickmaker Ko was in the cabin on omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that this on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me and that pair of the roof taken off. To call the stops, that's when Mr. McGillis slipped the driver something to do, a run to the pawn shop. But he threatened me not to stitch, not to say nothing to no one but what I'd seen on. Masih belum mau dikasih tahu. Beda ya. Then there's every chance I might have educated in error. McGillet's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of sins. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The action of the accused in the trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Astaga, tunggu, aku cuma ngikutin aja gitu. As a lawyer kan aku harus melindungi, gimana dong? Astaga, nggak gitu, hey. Tentu saja Ryouko kawaii. Oh iya dong, tentu saja Kochen kawaii. Oh my god, stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. No, tapi sebagai gimana? Aku sebagai pengacara ya harus melindungi klienku. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGillet's Spawn articles must be brought to light. Saya harus tetap profesional, tentu saja. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depth of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Thank you, Van Zik. Words fail me, this is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Saya akan menerima apapun itu. No one, so proceed with this cross-examination. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well when Jim's restaurant. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath. Yeah, dia ngumpet. Yeah, that's right. I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGillet was the sole passenger to Jika. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGillet and the victim acquaintance? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Okay. Perhaps business dealings also. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone killing over the floor. It was booming loud. Ya, dia teriak terus. Mata! Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I recall. It probably was. It was right next to the cuff lying on the floor. Could this disc belong to the victims, perhaps? I don't know, but McGillet picked it up pretty smart fish, and then he sat with a knife in his belly up on his head. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. Okay, jadi nggak boleh bilang about the dessert. Soal dessert juga. I was that scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. He started asking me a lot of questions, like what my name was and where I live, and that he asked me about being a diver too. Okay. What had happened in the carriage was noticed. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Mata! As you are near the final stretch of this trial, yes! Oh, you noticed it. Hello, Not, by the way. I guess it will be the last part of the game. I think it's nearly the end, right? They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in its guts. I was like, where? Back under the seat where I started off was the carriage content. All the two come from the roof ran off to fetch the slumps. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. Okay. Beth? Oh. What did McGillet and the driver say to each other? That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. That the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Wow. Perhaps the exertion to probably slip his mind when he was in his car. McGill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up and all carefully like Tunggu, aku baru lihat ini. I just see this like why? What are they talking about? He folded it up and carefully before handing it over. When I saw him doing that, I remember thinking that coat and what's it has gotta be worth a few bucks. I remember her quibbling with him over the price tag. The driver looked pretty happy when McGillet flashed some brush in his face. He went running off at me. Okay, jadi kasih bagian gitu. Then the box trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Drake's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one, but what I'd say. Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said, which included giving his false testimony in court 2 months ago. He told me I'd have to hang up on a ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. So that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lock, to stop it being forfeit. He left me with some rest to pay for it. Oh, dikasih duit. Wow, not worth it. Mac didn't have done such a thing. Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. There would seem to be only one logical explanation. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Mindy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Bisa jadi. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Yuuichi! Halo Zero Valen. Welcome. Selamat malam. Bagaimana kabarmu Zero Valen hari ini? Kamu sehat? Yes. And to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial is over. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every stage. Kayaknya udah. Hah? Kayaknya aku udah semuanya deh. Mantap! Oke. Kayaknya tadi udah semua ini, udah semua aku press. Ada yang aku lewat kah? Ada pelangkatan kah? Alhamdulillah sehat juga. Bagus Zero Valen. Jangan lupa makan kalau belum. Tunggu tuh kan udah. Terus gimana dong? Nggak paham aku. Pressure on every statement udah. Ayo. Oke, Udah, aku press semua, hei.
Mata!
Bukannya aku udah. Kayaknya 2 orang tersebut.
Contoh!
Oh, habis gak ada tanda serunya kayak. Oke. Kapan-kapan mabar L4D itu bareng yuk. Aku nggak punya L4D itu. Kurang suka sebenarnya aku juga kalau tembak-tembakan gitu. Gomen. Aku tidak punya gamenya. Kayaknya 2 orang tersebut harus di press ternyata ya. Habis gak ada tanda seru jadi aku nggak tahu deh. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson? Mr. Gray. Woi, Inspector Mr. Graydon. Trying to give me a heart attack. You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us what is the discussion about. Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady Jan like this? Terus kenapa Anda whispering like that, huh? And I have nothing to say, uncaught detective, after he deprived me of that was rightfully mine. But I've clearly been talking the entire time. I've been cross-examining Gina. Okay. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. The negotiation concerning this however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGill took what he wanted by force at the expense of the other man's life. It proved my point that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Yeah. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGill's coat and its content were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cop died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you will try to claim the articles as your own. They were only gonna be forfeited as soon I have got them. Anyway, you can blame me for thinking about it, thinking ain't no crime. Was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I got 2, but I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of price. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can blame me for thinking that thinking ain't no crime. Oh! The evidence was requested. Oh, udah, let's go. Cakep. Saatnya. Mysterious little box deposit by Gillen 2 months ago. Woo! There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching plan. Oh no! Kita lanjut. Ini udah terakhir mungkin ya. Wow. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposit with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windy Bank's murder. You, I'm your sim, astaga. Natsuki, thank you udah datang. How's your day, astaga. I'm your sim. Kenapa kau datang-datang seperti itu? Dasar Natsuki memang ya. Let's open and see what's inside. Mantap. Malah dimantapin dong. Apa? This is not ordinary box, it seems. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box. Then, is it too much to expect? Ayo cepat mainkan cepat. Lanjut yang kedua nggak lu, astaga, simpel lu datang-datang mah begitu. Makanya aku masih mikir-mikir sih kayak mau lanjutin apa kagak. Tapi kalau gue lanjutin yang kedua, it will takes 4 months. Bakal main 4 bulan lagi kayak gini, bakal lama banget. Tapi nggak tahu deh. Mungkin kayaknya kalau yang kedua kayaknya nggak aku streaming deh, kayaknya main sendiri aja. Kayak nunggu 4 bulan lagi kayaknya lama banget gitu. Iya panjang, no right. Mau I'm great. Natsuki. Yes, you are great. Terima kasih loh Natsuki, datang-datang sudah heboh. Nikmati dramanya. Kok drama? Drama apa maksudnya gamenya? Maksudnya gamenya ini kok dramanya? I was trying to sell this music box discs to Mr. Maker. Kenapa Ryunosuke sampai angkat tangan begitu? I believe the answer it will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Wait, my lord. Kenapa ini? Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the discs are, well, they are unrelated to the case. Hey, why? No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of... This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Really, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. Ayo marahin Fansix, marahin dia. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Boom! A new inspector have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Lanjutlah yang kedua kan seru. Aduh. Iya tapi bakal lama lagi, kayak 4 bulan lagi aku baru selesai lagi. Galau aku sih sebenarnya. Nanti biar aku pikirkan ya. Nggak tahu sih mau dilanjut apa enggak yang kedua. Bakal lama lagi soalnya. Iya, gamenya kan berunsurkan drama hukum. Benar. Halo Yui, hari-hari baca ganda putra. Selamat menikmati ganda putranya Komari. Apa kamu membaca sesuatu yang menarik hari ini? Kayaknya ini itu ya, apa? Kode Morse harusnya ya. That's certainly not what I would call music. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Ini menyeramkan sekali ya. Nah, mulai ketahuan siapa pelakunya. Like I said, nikmati dramanya. Ya, I will enjoy this. Udah terakhir nih, tinggal terakhir. Lagu Natal tapi kayak notnya aneh. Kayak Christmas vibe ya. Nggak gitu tapi sih gitu. Enggak. Ini kayaknya kode Morse. Dan si Graydon nih ketawa karena mungkin dia tahu karena dia kan kerjaannya communication gitu. Oke. I'm back. Saya telah menyelesaikan kasus saya dengan toiletku. Kasusmu belum selesai kali. Belum. Sepertinya kasus ini lebih ribet ya daripada kasusmu di toilet. Webek. This really is priceless. Kenapa kamu joget? Stop. After all that, the music box is broken. Can. Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. Kode Morse itu, hey, jangan bilang rusak. Kamu jangan pura-pura gak tahu kamu. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music was offer little in the way of clues. Would this music emanating from the music be a new clue? It could be a clue. It could be a clue. Kode Morse ganda putar. Komari. Jadi kalau mau itu pakai kode Morse ya. Ngodenya pakai kode Morse. Good luck. But how can it be? It's an abomination console, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. That sounds strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there cuddling victoriously. And the intruder beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if he's familiar with it somehow. Aduh, aku jadi ikutan gugup. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this soulful teaming has on this case? Not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we are hearing are music. Boom! Look at that, smell feathers from Graydon sleep. It's so nice. The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. They are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly, music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that that fact is pure foolishness. Runa, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Okay. Saya baca Komari itu kode Morse bener kah? Kalau beneran aku cari nih apa judulnya. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Komari, kenapa? Kenapa kamu memberikan emot itu? Jangan bener nih ya, jangan bener. Is that what this sounds? Apa? Something just struck me, you know. I feel like recently in the past few hours even, I've heard another noise, another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Pernahkah? I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Okay. Then what the devil is it? Console. All the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. Wow. Bentar ku cari ganda putra dulu. Siap Komari. Selamat mencari ganda putra yang asik ya. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box disc is aku belum baca ini. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mall classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. I understand it has surveyed. It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they are being intercepted by hostile nations. That's the question, isn't it? Are you looking for a new career? And it could explain why he has Galaxy running from pillar to post at the moment. So, okay. Hello Trinity, kenapa kamu hello? Inetkun, are you okay? Kenapa kamu kesini? Atau Inetku yang bermasalah? Kak, aku nggak lihat tadi. Daijobu Inetkun. Daijobu desu ka? The headline is pawnbroker perishes in peak purse plunder hard disk for defense. Bukan yang itu Pak. Yang belakang Pak. It's a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Whatever is the matter. You told the court before that you work at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Deals with the government communication and newspaper reports. Okay, our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Boom! Dia tahu dong. Sekarang mulai. Apa sekarang berbagi ganda putra akan lebih aman kecuali teman atau keluargamu anak pramuka. Tahu-tahu ada yang anak pramuka kayak, waduh ini apa ini? Kamu tulisan niat loh kemarin tuh. Aku kopas dulu ya. Tapi aku nggak ngerti cara bacanya gimana. Oh mungkin nanti coba aku cari ya. Thank you loh. Tunggu aku kopas dulu. Kemana ya? Ke sebentar. Oke. No. Masih. Oke. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by our telegraph machine as you type it. I believe it's called Morse code? Yes, it's called Morse code. Don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Wow! Are you suggesting that the music box this contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh no! Boom! Congratulations, you received. Okay. Niat dong, kan ada Morse translator. Oh iya kah, Komari? Iya kah? Jadi aku bisa taruh Morse code yang tadi langsung ubah jadi huruf bisa. Iya. Nanti biar aku cari. Menarik. Please, everyone, order. But this is high treason council deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded Paris and all that, and the all-important list lay unclaimed in the pawnbroker. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he will have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Oh, because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Jadi kalau nggak buru-buru kayak nggak aman. Jadi kayak ya harus diambil cepet-cepet itu disk yang ada di pawnbroker itu. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Damn. Hit home. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Ada translatornya bisa. Oh, I see. Oke. Siap Komari. Terima kasih kode Morse ya. Ini tahu-tahu nanti viewer yang lain malah coba cek lagi. Silakan yang mau membaca ganda putra. Menarik. Menarik apa? In response to defense accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling. Then by all means counter the charge, sir. Please counter it. Kalau nggak bisa ya udah. The prosecution demands the witness testifies response to the accusations brought by defense. Boom. Bisakah kamu? Wow. Wow. Dia masih berani mau kasih ini ya. Okay, that being most flagrant offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Oh. You gotta let us have rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. Gak usah. Kenapa kamu memperkenalkan diri lagi? What we aim by this enough to sell out of Northern. That's right. We are what they call the Three Skulking Brothers. Very bad timing. Ayah yang mau baca Ganda Putra. Menarik. Mukaku ya begitu ya. Menarik. Aduh. Nanti aku cek ya, nanti kemari. A mere communication officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating. McGill anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look! All we done is break into the gov the other night, like what he taught us to do. If it known there was the government secret involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Okay, I see your point. Mr. and Mr. Skulking. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? They take it and you now admit to the crime. That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Wih, did kan? Sekarang malah mengakui ya, ampun. Down, please. Let's say to that, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two Robians are referring to. You little rotten getting us mixed in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up job. Si Ashley kayak masih berusaha nggak mau ngaku kalau mereka tuh bertiga gitu loh. Nice to know who. Whatever this man says, I deny the accusations. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it on the court to record as evidence. Okay. They said the sounds from Jangan percaya dulu kayak itu Morse code. To anyone with a brain that will be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Surely it can't be that my learned French is unfamiliar with Morse code. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics of use. Wow! Let's go! Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct notes. Tones, not notes. Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. This is A. This is B. Yeah. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your session is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Jadi bukan Morse code beneran ini. Iya kah? And really you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Nothing to say, but still. So many other things will slot into place nicely. Would there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow? Give it a try. Give it a try. Oh ya, aduh aku dikasih ganda putra nih. Sebentar ya, aku copy dulu. Sekarang udah ganda putra terus pakai Morse code, memang luar biasa Komari. Baiklah Komari. Kenapa ada suara ketawa? Oh, sorry. Ada, ya kalau kalian ada dengar suara satu orang lagi, ya ada satu orang lagi di dekatku apparently. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponish friend, to repeat the same line of argument and ad infinitum? What is that? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, also. They proposed that this music box, which appears on the symbol, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code. I've just noticed something about this music book. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. Yeah kah? Well, come on then. What are you waiting? Let's open it. Wow! Iya dong, bandar harus luar biasa. Bagus kemarin. Sasuga bandar ganda putra ya. Look at there's another movement on the underside. Oh, so does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They are linked, so if you had to this, they will both play back at the same time. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. As the court has heard, Morse code comprised of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box can. Okay, pokoknya kita harus cari second disc ini. Where to find it? This is beyond joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for our lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though of course, if my learned friends were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, second disc-nya di mana? Aku nggak tahu di mana. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Sabar satu-satu. Jangan spill judulnya dong. Kita harus bikin dia kerja keras. Harus dipecahkan dulu ya. Jangan langsung terima judulnya, enak aja. Harus berpikir dulu kalau mau dapet asupan ya nggak. Damn. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night, like he told us. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do. What do you mean? What do you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a matter after all the years, but the author had a dodgy job for us. Okay. S? CS literally didn't bother. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulking. After all the years, you say? Udah bertahun-tahun kah? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. Do you have something to say, Mr. Skulking? What? Who, me? When your brothers was testifying just now, yeah, blah blah. We used to have a right all laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Oh no, really? What? Eh? Yeah, as I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't not have any it, but when he was younger, he was from the poorer part of town just like us. I see. Is that so? What? He was always a learning one, yet the brains here to say me. Always coming up with smart ideas like what will never have gone through our eyes. God blind me, and that the truth remember me Fortune and Skulking micro. That was our corker, eh? Jadi dulu dia orang susah juga gitu. Oh my god. And tergabung ke Skulking juga gitu. Astaga. Save it until after trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And he was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Yeah. Harus dipecahkan, jangan terima jadi. Betul sekali Komari. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Itu, damn. Apakah dia mencuri untuk apa? Bukan mencuri sih. Skulking, never skulking. Milverton and Skulking Milk Run Garden Works. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly? What, that some kind of business? Just a little sim we had going back when we was youngster, a bit of fun really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Wow, itukah kerjaannya dulu? That sounds legitimate. There must be cats. Suppose since we are here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model? So how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart To delivery milk, see? If your stocker empties outside your front door, you will leave them full again, right? Oh, yang zaman dulu yang kalau kalian taruh botolnya di depan pintu, terus ya tukang susunya isiin buat kamu. Nanti dia taruh lagi di depan pintu kamu, udah full. So we swap it on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promise to deliver milk for half the price of the other users doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dot line. We were making it. We were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Now, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over. See, our customers empty with full. On our books. The door, right? Huh. Okay. Milking the general public in such occasion is most certainly not harmless as you put it. Apa? Milk apa? Well, it was what came up with the idea as the evil genius. Ah, yeah, as always had his head in a book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Ah, okay. So we all right him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the to think even apa? Tried to even think it, yeah. But look at him now. His only gun had become a blinking communication officer and a communications officer, Mr. Skulky. Soames and Wilson's milk plan. Don't even think about that. Aku bingung sekali ya. Kita bukan mas-mas fotokopi. Gimana? If only there was something somehow. Kok hadir kembali? Halo, coba ID. We're back. Abis dari mana kamu? Garden were the days. Should I ask about the name instead of the business model? I should say. Harusnya pilih business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved. Okay. Milverton and Skulking Me. Oh, jadi and where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I took a clever clocks. Mata! Ah, ini nama keluarganya ya. Oh, I see. How much longer are we expected? Wow, are you going to Are you going to disturb me? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnessing are saying. Makan malam. Oh, makan malam. Bagus makan malam. Good. Belum makan dari pagi. Buset. Coba ID, kenapa kamu belum makan dari pagi? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because boom. It was the happiest of homes that one came from. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then. See? But as will always be important to us. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two tiers? You're a communication officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Hawking's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton then. Oh no! Habis itu makan proma, astaga. Itu kan biasa ngelaf nge-game terus lupa makan, astaga. Jangan seperti itu, coba-coba ID. Kamu harus inget makan, jangan main terus. Ya maksudnya boleh main, tapi jangan sampai lupa makan gitu. Ya nanti kamu mah loh. Mah. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And could turn out to be extremely important. We seem to be up to our next in series blah 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 blah. Aku main game kebablasan ingat makan apa? Anda terlalu hebat. Justru emang kalau mainnya supaya mainnya makin greng gitu ya harus makan. Masa makan bisa lupa? Makan kan enak. Banyak banget ya. Apa ini? Ini kah? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Tunggu ya, kayaknya korban yang itu namanya Milverton dong ternyata. My god. What? Because I haven't gone by that name for years, it means nothing to me. I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Jadi itu bapaknya? Oh my god. The truth is you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, also. I have here the note from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim is the man who we know understand. They have been negotiating with McGilded. Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Aduh, sorry. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh no! I don't. Enak kalau ada makanannya. Oh, kamu biasa harus masak dulu kah? Coba ini. Harus beli dulu kah? As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family story will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really will take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGill in collaboration with your father. Ah. Ya, terus karena mereka miskin gitu ya. Ya, jadi dijual. Tapi kenapa dibunuh sama si McGilded ya? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean console. Stealing information being sent in secret government communication and selling it onto McGilded. I see. Okay, Mr. Graydon concoct this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against this information falling into the wrong hands. Wow, okay. Bagaimana bisa turns out seperti ini, astaga. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the crown broker. Then having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the two articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Damn, it's time for me to recover the second disc. Ada di sana kali, Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Ya kebetulan orang rumah nggak masuk, jadi dia masuk sendiri. Astaga, kasian. Ya tapi harus apa ya? Seenggaknya makan apa ya? Bikin yang gampang gitu kayak Indomie maybe. Pergi bentar ya, yuk pengen baca Ganda Putra sampai chapter yang terakhir di aja. Baiklah kemari, happy reading kemari. Happy reading kamu. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, music box. As demonstrate using the two prints from the security camera in the third occasion that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the people, it would be proof of high treason. Damn! Mau dikirimin krecek, waduh, krecek. Mau dong. Hei, bukan kamu. Tuh, coba-coba ID mau dikirimin krecek. Do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Damn. Damn. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Terlalu banyak yang kamu sembunyikan, Ashley. Terlalu banyak. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Solm's waist. And the final bullet struck the counter on the wall of the shop, having pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, Mule China. Time to call it quits and crop, Erika. Graydon? Saatnya kamu menyerah, Graydon. Stop! Cepatlah kamu menyerah. Wow! Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum tips. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windy Banks that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Gila, alasan terus, sumpah. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGillet. Gak perlu joget. Scott is my witness. I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down in that fight until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. 2, the bullet from the skulking brother's gun hit the pouch around Mr. Solom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windy Bank's gun clearly must have been the one that killed Mr. Graydon on the arm. Oh, saya di Jatim kagak pernah denger. Kulit sapi yang dikeringkan dapat digunakan dalam masakan atau tuh. Oh, di Jatim nggak ada krecek kah? Apa ya kalau di Jatim ya namanya ya? Jadi kayak kerupuk gitu ya, kerupuk basah gitu. Ayo Graydon, menyerahlah Graydon. Cara masak menggunakan bumbu-bumbunya sama dengan bumbu. Kenapa jadi memasak krecek ini? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Kemana cowok gantengku itu tadi yang boleh? Udahan case-nya belum? Bentar lagi paling, bentar lagi. Ini ada nih. Dia berbohong, Joanna, dia berbohong. Source Wikipedia, thank you Komari. Senang membahas krecek ya. It's can only be verified. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Graydon, namanya Ashley Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windy Bank that night is you.
Mata!
Graydon, sudahlah, kamu terlalu banyak mengumpetin sesuatu. Cepet udah. You little upstart, you made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Cowok ganteng berbohong tetap ganteng. Betul sekali Joanna ya. Memang tetap ganteng ya. Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had the intention of ruining the distinguished car I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? Gak usah. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Kamu bohong, astaga, sumpah ini si Graydon. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical. All of this evidence dan bla bla bla. Dia seenak-enaknya aja bilang begitu. Hey, I trust you are fully aware of the implication here. Bisa kamu sembarangan ngomong kayak gitu, ha? If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. I understand fully. Buset, hey Graydon! Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. Wow! Nyalimu, men! Wow! Kenapa jadi gaya Jojo? Dia emang suka gaya begitu, entah. Dia suka gaya begitu si Graydon ini. Wow. Bernyali besar dia. Apakah beneran tamat malam ini? Harusnya beneran tamat sih ini. Kayaknya ini bentar lagi ini. Tapi halo Silver Haruna. Iya, sepertinya bentar lagi ya. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Wow, actingmu hebat sekali, Graydon. When Widdy banged through Nas over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Okay, I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splattered all over that red girl. Bro, hey, there's not a single blood splatter on her. What do you mean? Dan he tossed, oh di coat ya, pakai coat hitam ya. Yeah, I see. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Tapi tetap aja. Itu testimoni ngawur dari mana ini? You claim are under oath to have clearly seen defendant pulling the trigger. Nyalimu besar sekali. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Udah gak usah joget. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Tinggalkanlah cowok ganteng berbohong tersebut. Mari dekati Yuuichi, cowok ganteng dan bertanggung jawab. Betul sekali. Jauhilah yang jahat ya, seperti Ashley ini. Dekatilah yang bertanggung jawab seperti saya. Malam Yuuichi, halo Numpat, selamat datang. Selamat malam Numpat. How's your day Numpat? Bagaimana kabarmu? Apakah hari ini baik-baik saja, menyenangkan? Until now the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Bro, itu bohongnya udah gimana, udah kebangetan ini. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that the pocket girl was wearing at the time. Oh my god, kok tapi bener sih ada darah. Cuma kok dia tahu? Oh no. Oh no. Tapi bukan darah si itu, maksudnya bukan darah si pawnbrokernya. Gimana dong? Panjix, kamu belum minum, you haven't drink it. We could shatter all vestige of doubt within minutes. Ada sih darah, cuma sorry you tadi mati sendiri laptop. Enggak apa-apa, enggak, it's okay Komari. Kamu tidak lanjut baca Ganda Putra kah? Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Kid's coat. If they test it with their chemicals, oh help, you're like, ya kan? They show. Ada ya, darah ada, cuma oh no. Kenapa dia tahu? My lord, the defense object to the test proposed by the prosecution. Oh no. No. Oh no. Masih lanjut orang baca chapter 6. Ah, sih. Mata! After reading back, emerged from the storm, I believe. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, you're just your regular manner barbers. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of related items. The broker went for nuts in the first place. Then Rigo joined in, making it 2 games 1 so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. That's one man he was hard. Shame on you. So, Mata! You mean that's the moment you were shocked? Yes, though I don't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were boarding. It was exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. So it will be fear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. really intend to shoot you, do you think so? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Accidentally anyway, it didn't quite strike home. Mata! You mean you chased after him? Well, I ran after him to the back of the shop. Okay? The storm doors are solid job made out of stout wood. Okay? Oh, Ngintip ya. And what about you bloodling brothers? Did you see what went on through these people as well? I doubt these 2 of us were even aware of the people's existence. Inside the storm, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Saya pamit dulu Yui, mau tidur besok. Biar kuat ikut tawuran besok. Astaga, jangan tawuran. Kamu harus hentikan, Evi. Kamu harus hentikan. Bye, otsukare, otsukare. Kenapa aku otsukare? Iya, kamu otsukare. Dadah, sama tidur. Jangan tawuran ya. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found him with a hand, but it was just the bank's gun. Kenapa sih harus joget? Is the best from the bank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the skull is grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm. In other words, the accused must have got her arm at the time. Ha ha ha. Calm yourself, Monson. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gatherer had shot him in the back. Oh no. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What brings it a dark color? But I assure you, the garment is soiled by the victim's blood. It's Mr. Mason Milforton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they only accept her chemical analysis, we could prove that. Oh no! Sulit sekali. Bagaimana caranya? Tauran kalau dijemput sama yang di atas minta nasi kotak ya, astaga. Masih sempet-sempetnya minta nasi kotak. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over where? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the floor. Okay. I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from me. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case anyone could use it. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours too. I left it clear up to my legs and left. I was paying it. Wait. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Sama?
Wow! Wow, 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 wow! You are like a book. You're like a book at the gate, aren't you? Kenapa gelet? Gelet dong dia. Tunggu, stop, calm. Gentlemen. Calm yourself, okay? Dia gelut dong. Okay, something wrong, sunshine. What? No. That should be my line. Do you realize you were just finally shaking, Mr. Skulking? Blimey, this bit of a hooligan. What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me, we saw. Why the place, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when he got there down the station? Okay. And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my erect sometimes. Not hurt, are you? So he's looking at me and telling me, just to give me the wheelies. The instructor doesn't normally get quiet as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. Okay, he's not really all sweetness and like no matter what I say to him. Beda kalau sama kamu, sayang. My lord, requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ada apa lagi ini? I have the result of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the excuse overcoat. Damn! Well, there you have it. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spatterings following a gunshot wound. End of report. Darahnya nggak dikasih tahu darah siapa. Oh no. jelek, nggak mau. I don't like it, bro. See what did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windy Banks. Please, no, it's not him. It's not his. I mean, what on earth makes you say that, Console? The coat originally belongs to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windy Banks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason with a Fulton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Yeah, well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, when you want his friend? Aduh, 2 months ago in this very courtroom. Nasi kotak nomor 1 baca SN itu tahun baru. Malam papa, halo Stray Cat. Selamat datang, selamat malam. Welcome ya. Aku baru lihat kamu di sini. Bagaimana kabarmu, Stray Cat? Thank you loh udah mampir. Did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shreds of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Gak gitu, tapi I call it valid disgrace, treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer that. To that problem pop up can't be done. Astaga. Tapi Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Baru ganti nama papa biar gak ada yang kenal. Tunggu, kamu siapa? Kamu stream kah? Atau siapa? Biar gak ada yang kenal. Siap, gak ada yang kenal. Siapa kamu? Bukan Srim ya? Siapa dong? Atau Srim? Masa kamu tidak ingin dikenal sih? Sampai harus mengganti nama. This proof that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. And the witness said the accused code was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Gray then could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. No, udah mau tamat masih ada beginian. Oh, my lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Don't pass judgment. Don't pass judgment. Oh my god, why?
有罪
有罪
有罪有罪
有罪
有罪
Oh no. My god. Oh no. What will appear, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict. Why use complicated vocab? Why? The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness testimony. Here's to any attempt you made make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. God! How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Ini pasti hairlock ini, hairlock ah? Oh bukan. Oh. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Okay. Abis buron soalnya. Buron dong. Tuh kan, bener kan? Ayo lepas pakaianmu, astaga. Dia masih bergaya lagi di tengah. Stop. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. So I would be had I not been set upon. What, Iran? Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Will you be so kind as to spare us the time? Exactly. It's been so long already. We don't want to go wasting any time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem choice to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Thank you. Good to have you, Herlock. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Alright, I'm all wrong. Okay, don't talk to me. Jangan ngomong sama gue lagi, Soms. Stop. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that it may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport versus me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community oversight. Right. Okay. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Lavender Ferocity wrapping. A living present from Mrs. Sato. Astaga, iya jangan lupa makan guys. Jangan lupa makan. Susato. Oh, if possible, matters are to be solved without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. Oh. Miss Sato foresaw today's event, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you must learn how to fight fairly as you want to do will find yourself in considerable trouble. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Oh, aku kira makanan. Ini oh. Oh, itu yang oh, iya yang bikin tempat itu. Oke. Aku ketinggalan apa nih? Ketinggalan apa ya? Ketinggalan Mr. Soms datang. Buat apa dia kasih itu? Buat siap tuh. Aku kira dia kasih makanan. Oh, aku kira, tapi ya sudah lah, tak apa. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure, I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. Hey, mana Sato? Nanti kalau ini balik ke Jepang aku marahin dia. Siapa yang bilang begitu? Berani-beraninya dia. The best judicial assistant ini. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. I know. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Unforgivable, Susato. Kamu ngomong macam-macam kayak gitu, huh? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Soames? That night when you left in the banks in pursuit of two thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear. Itu yang di pintu jangan-jangan Susato yang buat kah? Your 5 minutes is over. Tinggal Susanto lagi. Ini Susato ya, jangan Susanto. Tidak ada Susanto di sini, tidak ada Susato. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective, after all. The die is cast. Well, is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. None of my lord friends will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdicts now would be utterly futile. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? Of course, I will, Ikuzo. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. Request summation examination. Karena pada leaning, no, it's come to this my only chance to still will to the viewers and try to change their mind. Oh, I see. Okay, the defense is still asking for a cross-explanation of what they mean. Rather to continue with one of an existing witness. Okay. Aku sangat keren. That a rather important detail has escaped your attention, sir. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ah, astaga. Okay. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Oh, jadi suspended ya cross-examination-nya. Damn, so good. Oh no. I will remind those present that this might not prove and occur that the defense is not entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protection of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity for the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Okay. Oh, a single statement, a single piece of evidence is generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Pingsan! Pingsan na kaya? Pingsannya sangat heboh ya. Tolong bawa dia. To stand so insolently before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I mean, he's feeling very little now. Pamit dulu, anda ngantuk. Oke, coba ID. Selamat tidur. Iya, selamat tidur. Semoga harimu menyenangkan besok ya. Dadah. Strike when he's down, why don't you? Let's go! Let's do this! One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Silms down or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sato-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Wow, ini udah terakhir kayaknya guys. Ini dia. Aku harus save. Damn. Lagunya udah beda dong. Ngeri. Tunggu. Let me save. Aku ngantuk, aku takut. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Aku juga bingung sih dari tadi, kayak peephole-nya ada dua apa satu gitu loh. It's my cat flap pomade, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any doors you can think of and makes a new little door in the middle of it. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Eh? Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter of that hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. Two nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sioms. Three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Iya kah? Aduh, aku lupa. Iya kah? Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that, because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? Damn, time to strike the final blow. Biasanya barang bukti diamankan, ini baju yang udah sobek sampai ada darah nempel tetap dipakai. Itu yang mana, yang putih tadi kah? Yang putih tadi baru berdarah sih yang tadi. Baru itu. Yang mana tadi? Yang putih tadi bukan yang dipakai si bule itu. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as he did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Iya dong. Jadi peephole-nya ada ya setelah kejadian, setelah udah mati gitu, setelah pawnbroker si Mr. Winniebank-nya udah mati. Tapi si bule bilang, si Eger, dia lihat sebelum itu, dia bisa lihat pas ditembak. Oh my god, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Wow, your system tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. It's the most serious act of vandalism. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Damn. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. However, if at the time of incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Damn! Oh my god. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Boom, boom, boom. Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, it is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Do you seriously expect people to believe that playing can cut through a solid wooden door? Cobain aja. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling it says. Waggy, Chewy, time for dinner, eh? Meow. Astaga, lucu banget Wagahai. This is the Old Bailey one does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Masih sempat kamu Pak Hakim. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winnipeg was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. The cat flaps my cat flap woman creates are all of fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winnipeg are an exact match. Boom, apalagi, coba ayo, apalagi alasan lo. Lucu, Iris, yeah, good job. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern home. Well, yes, that's true. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution image of your answer. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the preparator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Lagi-lagi, sumpah. Stop. Don't give up now. This is time to create your own opening and force your way through. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Yes! Ayo coba mau berkata apa lagi. Halo kamu, datang-datang. Aduh, aku bingung. Masih ada lagi. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winnipeg storeroom was created after the event and not before. What would it be? Apa ya? Coba aku examine dulu ya. feels like the reality of the cat flap moment is that it's a glimmer of the destruction. Okay. Nggak ada yang salah kan? Apa ya? Proof that the peephole in the door of Winnie Bank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Oh, di sini kelihatan nggak ya? Oh, boom! A print from that detective infernal cameras again. Bener gak ada. Wow, aku pintar. Boom, tuh gak ada. Tuh gak ada. Which is why I never had any chance that she would have considered the scanner and made sure I had the necessary proof. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Ayo lihat lagi guys. Lihat lagi guys. I don't believe it. It's quite remarkable door to the storeroom. Boom! It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Duh, Mr. Graydon. Admit your loose, cepetan. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened there was no peephole in the door. Wow. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Aku mau ketawa karena dia muter dulu dong. Why? Order. Woo! I'm satisfied that the defense's substance claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Wow, the witness testimony was entirely fallacious. Hayo lo. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied to almost tamper to the crime scene. Iya tahu. But more importantly, the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but there is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. I was there at the scene, it's true. Kamu masih lagi, astaga, sumpah gak tamat-tamat. Lihat udah sampai berantakan si Graydon. Udah sampai gila dia. And I was shot in the arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Dia udah gila guys. Gimana ini? But they are like, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has molted. One lie begets another. Damn, orang ini keras kepala banget dari tadi loh. Dari awal dia udah kayak mati-matian nggak mau ngaku gitu. malah bikin kebohongan gitu, astaga. No way that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told makes no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something that you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is fundamental inconsistency in your statement. This is provocative talk, console. Would you like then the court explain this alleged inconsistency? Malam, halo selamat malam Aji. Welcome, selamat datang Aji. This was right, one lie begets another. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known, namely the third gun. Harusnya third gun ya. The peephole. Peephole. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concoct that is so revealing. Iya, maksudnya dari mana dia tahu ada peephole ya? Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Nah, ini dia. Ini dia. Gimana dia bisa bohong pakai peephole itu? Well, obviously as the cat got your tongue witness. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigator arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigations. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? The place is chock full of pawn articles and my let's have to always examine them all. So I gave the order to have officer working around the clock and safe to get. So where did you know? Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people and store of door. So the fact that its existence formed the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. The fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole at the door. Kenapa jadi begitu? Could I have a word, please, Lord Franzix? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if it's all the same to you, permission denied. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Oh my god. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friends. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. Tentu saja Gregson, ya nggak? Siapa lagi? Tapi aku takut salah. Mochirong. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned it only during the course of the trial today. In the preparation for this testimony were made with great agency during our hour long recess while the police executed the subpoena and broke the man here from the communication stations. Thinking that we could suddenly be required to appear in court. Hello you, I'm back. Hello Sakurako, you back. It's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. Abis dari mana Sakurako? It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you. Kirain udah kelar tuh game. Bentar lagi, cuma ini sumpah ini keras kepala banget deh, sumpah ini tersangkanya tuh kayak keras kepala banget. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella ya? Ya supaya dapat bagian gak sih? Maybe. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had forgotten it. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in a stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something. Yang mereka berbalik itu dan bisik-bisik, I think it was when Gini was testifying. Iya kan? Iya ini pas itu, iya benar. Halo, aku ditarik Sakurako. Halo RCS. Kamu ditarik Sakurako. Welcome ya, thank you udah datang juga lo RCS. Selamat datang kamu. Biasa jalan-jalan yuk sama jagain stream sebelah. Oh I see, siap. Tidak apa. Thank you udah datang lagi. Walaupun sudah malam begini, tapi kamu masih datang. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind and it starts to make more sense. Boom! What deal, console? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Tasty. Ayo kasih apa? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind of weight would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Apa tuh, buset? Vocabnya sulit sekali. Well, it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponish student's specialty. Bukan lompat ke konklusi, ini namanya menyerang. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this deliberate change. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Please be last, please be last, please be last. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Really? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Is it possible that this other top secret case tadi aku kasih ini kah? Oh, the classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in Windy Banks by Magnus McGill, a special music box designed to play to this at once. Jangan-jangan special case-nya, oh no, this satu lagi kah? It would seem very likely now that encoded on a pair of these that were McGill possesses are the leaked classified secrets. Ah. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets. Oh, si ini juga mau. Oh my god. Oh, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchange this for details of the case. Oh my god, stakesnya sangat high ya. Kayak yang diberikan adalah rahasia negara gitu ya, ditukar sama informasi case, like wow. Ya, tapi demi case, wow, okay. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winnie Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGill's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belongs to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. Okay. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't it right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Recover the medium used to the convey the scripts leaked from the ministry, and do it on the. Okay, and that explains why when I presented this as evidence to the court, we objected so heavily, I presume. Ah, iya juga. Because you know that it contained high confidential information. Surely you are not saying that in order to acquire the second of these you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Boom! And giving off testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation a deal was struck between these two men. Okay. If, and I stress, if the suffering assassin turns out to be fraud, it would mean that the second is as we speak here in this very courtroom. How cool should we make a claim like that? Apa? Aduh. History macam apa? Lupa aku. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. Yes, what? What is that supposed to mean, eh? Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. He would have insisted on having article grid of Mohon in the palm of his hand. Already has the item in the case. Oh? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before. And Rex hasn't moved from the stand since. Ooh. Oh wow, it's like that. Dikasih kah? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Aduh, belum selesai kah? If it put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Oh no. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard. Following the search of the inspector's personal effects notice is wrong. You will be deemed unfit for court service this level, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. Is this boom? You don't know, I'm scared. Aku save dulu, astaga. Masih ada lagi kah? Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means inspectors should have it. Oh, the pin. Something doesn't feel quite right here. They still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Damn. Search someone else? Wow. Aku terlalu big brain, aku pun bingung. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Loh, saya saya minta orang lain. I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Do you wanted to search me? Somebody else. Kenapa aku dengan pedenya? Let's have you something. The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You are being completely irrational. Siapa? Oh. Don't doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his conviction. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Oh, memang Iris. Well said, young lady. This court is in out of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that this. At the moment, there's only one person who can be. Sama! Also, of whom do you request this search now? Ah, aku tahu. Nggak tahu sih. Ini kan. Salah, astaga. Tunggu. Bukankah? Perhaps in another person's pocket, someone with him on the stand. Oh. Kalau salah aku loh. Oh bener. Apa? Mr. Ness Skulking. Very well. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal files. Woi, takut ya. Scotland Yard. Takut. Fortunately for the inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Carry out the search. No. Wah, ada dong bener. Gila kalian. That is Seconds music box disc left by Marcus is. Woohoo! Gila. What have you to say for yourself? Kasian banget sumpah ini dari tadi. Actually didn't know this. Must be. That alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Ya maksudnya tinggal diselipin ke sebelah gitu loh. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Ah, yang pas dia goncang-goncangin itu. It was yes during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Hahaha, ini dia. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nestle by his coat and was shaking him violently. To me now, I'm gonna fall clean up, I did. Ya ini pasti ini, and what exactly happened to make the detectives take you like that? Yeah, but snuck in the disc. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Jackson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, but I'm here. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive. If the detective had acquired the disc he lost, how on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? Inspector was not at liberty to do that. Okay. Recover the medium is to convey the secret leak from the ministry and do it on the whose top secret site. As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Let's get some of the situation, Inspector. Aduh, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. The only pretended to attack Mr. Skulking out to get close enough for him to slip the second list to his pocket. Ayo, well, I'm Inspector Gregson and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Ayo, udah ngaku! Admit to it, yours truly, please. Astaga! Lama-lama aku yang nyerah. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern Inquisitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed this to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you know about the people? Astaga, masih ada. Sumpah nggak selesai nih. Aduh. Well, that about you dan Inspector Gregson. Ya ampun, iya ya ampun, masih gak mau kalah ini sumpah. Buset. You didn't admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc. Ngaku, cepet ngaku, ngaku. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as member of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. Jangan hasut ya kamu. This quite a rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumult. Thus, in the concluding of a trial, nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter up to the jury for their final innings. Well, fellow professional, I like to put my faith in detective. Oh my god, kenapa kalian kemakan omongannya, sumpah. Oh my god, is Gini going to be found guilty? No, I won't let that happen, okay? Cuma, oh no. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we are going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Medibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No, that is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. This is now. It all comes to this. Oh my god, please Peace be last. Who do I present evidence against? Great. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. Oh my god! Tunggu, aku salah. Harusnya aku Aku salah. Gimana ini? Aduh. Oh iya, aku harusnya kasih ke Gregson dulu. Soalnya yang paling yang mencurigakan dia harusnya. Aduh, salah kan aku. Please just anything lah, apapun itu. Bener kah? I think perhaps now it should be good time to listen to the song produced by the music box again. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's go. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because because it's got nothing to do with the case. Minum dulu Yuuichi, udah berapa jam duduk di depan PC. Ah, thank you Galaxy Wolf Trinity, thank you. Iya nanti, aduh aku greget banget. Greget, tunggu ini selesai ya. Nanti aku minum lah, pasti lah. Oke. Ini. Sebentar lagi. Kamu tahu kan memang ini lagi greget. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code. Let's just hear, okay? Let's go. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, sunshine. We are talking about the state's secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you have with the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawfully legitimate witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Enggak, it's okay, ini demi let's not forget Inspector that used a Scotland Yard officer with confidential case. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you're determined to your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Wow, don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh my god, Yunosuke, best lawyer. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Let's go! Come on, 1-6 for Pete's sake, stop. No! Whoa! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Wow, thank you, 1-6. Oh my god, memang the best. Come on, ayo, let's go. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Ooh, this time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Let's go! Panik dia. Panik dia. Beneran Morse code? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? Oke, aku ambil minum dulu karena aku udah puas. Bentar ya, aku ambil minum. Wow, saya menghilang tadi. I'm back. Boom. Akhirnya kamu ngaku. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! I may have something you are looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about threat? I guess you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that sort of put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. Susah sih, kayak damn, pilihan yang susah memang. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Boom! Udah capek kan? Udah mau apa lagi? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Wow. Oh. Hentikan, astaga. Tolong mereka, tolong. Astaga. marah dia kan. Akhirnya gelut. Ini kayaknya udah tinggal cerita aja udah. And despite my life growing up, the slums are foul places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. Akhirnya ya, tinggal baca cerita aja ini. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long, but little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Bagus sebenarnya kamu belajar supaya kamu bisa jadi lebih baik buat dirimu gitu. That's a good thing, I mean. Admire determination, yes. But then you decide to try to sell government secrets. Why? It makes money? Oh. Isn't it obvious because I wanted money? Iya sih. Yeah. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And that one day I met him, Mr. Magnus McGill. Sekian lama bergaul dengan cowok ganteng bohong, akhirnya selesai. Akhirnya dia mengakui ya. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Jadi si Magnus ini menjanjikan uang ke dia. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and make Will buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the ministry's communication office, it was simple enough to ask. The lure of the devil's offering, how easy it to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great length to ensure that my actions were untraceable. There's in the music box. My father was a brickmaker through my mother divorced him when I was still a child. That's right, he was very skilled with his hand. He had once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skill would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his service. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Oh no. Look at you, SD, what a fine Jan you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. No! I was sure that it wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box. This, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two actually. I'd really like it, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this too. Fetch my tools with you there in a loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precaution in it. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGillett into spread transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs in the music box for paying them. I exchanged them with McGillet for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second is he would pay 1,000 guineas. What happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Jadi siapa yang bunuh si McGilded ya? Yes, I told the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Oh? But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago your father was the one dealing with Mr. McGillet and not yourself? After my first committed dealing with Mr. I decided to give 200 to my father for his trouble. But my father realized something was amiss in time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." Climb into the omnibus. Kamu memang anak durhaka memang. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGillet. That's it. Climb the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGillet. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc. I'd asked him to make he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned home. Oh no. Gila juga si Magnus. Jadi mungkin karena dia gak tahu ini siapa yang kasih, jadi main dibunuh aja gitu. It was only then I found out what sort of monster McGillet really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Okay. As anyone with even a remote knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imitate, McGillet broke off his will and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To cross any semblance of justice in his trial. Gila, dia udah gak kasih duitnya, dia bunuh orang pula, dia bohongin orang pula. Astaga. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. Trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGillet by then, so I spread nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city will do anything you ask. McGillet himself had shown me that. I think I have the picture now, after he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hand and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Oh, jadi kamu yang bunuh. Oh. Iya sih. Iya sih. Okay. Maybe you deserve it, maybe Magnus. Memang. That's right, imposter hired by me. McGillet used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. So So I give the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was done and paraffin one of my samples vanished, I got inside and sent him on one way journey to hell. String, gak ada topinya. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine chilling accounting did. But that wasn't the end of it. For me, there was a loose end, you see. Okay? Yes, I still think it's obvious the second dish which my father had taken to exchange with McGill. There was needed no mention of it. Menstrual 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Aduh, maaf. Something from the first time I dealt with McGill. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now, what ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 units for AM. This provoker's ticket, so it is. You can use to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the watchman. I've put a gel in pound for it. It will fetch a good 10 minutes if we sell it to it well. Okay, I never heard of a pawnbroker being this quite before. Okay. So I know that if he'd taken steps to hide this, it would be in the pawnbroker somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Okay. That when we first met you at Minibanks that 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? I realized immediately that she was none of McGillet's pawn, that he must be threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl who came out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded overcoat and the one dish that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. Aduh. But I was unaware of the fact that had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime exertion. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So I know that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friend, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGill on the shelf of forfeited articles. Yes, I slipped it on into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt sharp pain in my left arm. Okay, yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night just in case. Okay. Before I knew that what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I had an intention to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Oh, sayang sekali, Zanen. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for the refuge. Sorry, Theo. It all took place in a blink of an eye. Don't imagine what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened to Winnie Banks on that wretched night. Wretched night. Manggil siapa tadi pas black screen ada tulisan bang? Bukan Ivan, itu bang, bukan bang, bukan panggil bang. Bang gitu ya. Teriak ya. Bang maksudnya bang, tembakan gitu. Ivan, astaga, bukan bang. Soto satu gitu ya. Aduh, bukan bang. You've become a very monster you saw and despise so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Abangnya Grey, bukan. Nggak ada abang-abangan. Ini bang tembakan bang gitu, peluru ditembak bang. Bukan bang. Bacanya bang, jangan bang. Beda ya. Well, this has been a long, exhausting trial. Yes, my lord. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. In fact, the example of Mr. Ashley Graydon is being restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winnie Bank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And new inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charge yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpired that you were competent in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in your line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Yeah, aku tahu, Francis. Now the defendant is Ginale straight. It's time for the final adjunction. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Muzoi!
無罪
Muzai!
Uzai.
Muzai!
無罪
Muzai!
Boom! I'm not finished with you yet. Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my court, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windy Bank's account, you also attempt to abscond with Mr. McGill's property, it seems. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played to the music box, this content of message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation also. Minum. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned French courage here today. I propose a toast. Oh, Fanzix! Thank you, Fanzix. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Terima kasih. Dan maaf kalau soal itu. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Jackson to admit what he'd done, so... It's about the sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? It's so much so that the whole world seemed to be covered in dots and dashes to me in fact. But I must say that in my opinion the sound produced by the 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningful series of 2 different notes. Gimana? Jadi bukan Morse code kah? Jadi code yang lain kah? Tapi ya sudahlah. That which you have been seen to the hearing score has been extremely disturbing. It ain't nothing I do see most of it. I really look forward to the born again Miss Street, never progressing my courtroom with her presence again. Kira. Oh, pegel banget, set. Kira apa lo nembakin kembang api dalam ruangan bisa dihukum itu? Mungkin kalau di British enggak ya. Mungkin pas ini enggak. Jangan ngiri. Jadi bisa petasanan di dalam ini ya. Di dalam ruangan. Hebat ini. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Let's be friends, Fanzix, let's be friends. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the male is that festered within that Englishman. and at the same time sow through the grime to the surprising heart of English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there are anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or Empire of Japan, we are all human beings. We are not so very different on the inside. Iya gitu, Vanzix, gak ada bedanya. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Oh, lock swords? You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese only to find my trust betrayed. And trust with another Nipponese only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Okay. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal on the heads of the Japanese. Dare? What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer whether you like it or not. I see. Alright, then I'll wait for that if I must. Kamu jangan sakit hati dong, Hanzik. Siapa yang membetray? Who's this Nipponese guy? Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Belly and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my Lord Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Aku belum puas liatin kamu, Vanzix. Akhirnya. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. Yeah. For crying out loud. I sort of feel the same way. Not so bad, right? Not so bad. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, right. Thanks. It's the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Oh, Kazuma. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Am I living up to your expectation? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? Am I, Kazuma? Oh no. Pardon interruption. Dare. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh. Ih, jangan pakai. Astaga, dodol banget sumpah nih orang. What you will with your innocent babbling? Yes, itu sih all sih. Ganti bajumu makanya. Bodoh kali kau. I assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Kenapa sih? Anda masih sakit. I merely made my noise. Happily shoot me with a leave of absence. But enough of my adventures. That was fine, Victoria, Mr. Nahoda. Your tirelessly efforts just reward, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Thanks. Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. I'm feeling somewhat cold, not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Jones? Kenapa kamu cekek saya? Lebih mirip shameless. And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you to miss last week. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in trial, he was working on means up that anyway. Kenapa kamu ingetin itu lagi? Tidak perlu, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational ritual myself. Tidak perlu takut. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. That's not the way I see it. The Reaper's bit like I'm upstairs. Yeah, Amstar knows what's not right. He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. Well, I ain't like the immaculate old Stuart, so I ain't scared as I got principle, see? Trait in Yuuichi is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, dia pingsan, dia jatuh lagi dong, bodoh. I do about this, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pyramid are fools of themselves. Gimana? But these dolls didn't notice my visions at all. Astaga, kamu seneng banget gara-gara itu. Astaga, dasar bayi gede. Soms. Seriously. I'm sorry, Harley, but you just don't have the way presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Lemes ya. And be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Was it the game rigging? Turning stuff was not wrong, blah blah blah. So I think you'll find that basically pickpocket is the main offense. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. Oh, no. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them, but like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. Aww, that's sweet. What is it? Oh, don't cry. Nothing. Like, well, looks like I'm off then. Although? What? Okay. Okay. What? I mean, I don't know what to say, so perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh, dia bingung mau ngapain dong. Astaga. Dia bingung, lucu sekali, astaga. Dia nangis. Dia senyum. Okay. I nearly forgot I broke a paper outside. Buset, langsung jadi koran dong tiba-tiba, cepat sekali. Gimana koran bisa jadi dalam waktu berapa menit? I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out October have been delayed maybe or more. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for special express. Oke. Jadi masih ada Susato ternyata. Let's go. Oh, langsung ke London dong, buset. Oke. Susato. Oh. Akhirnya, my god, the book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Kenapa kamu mau buang? Why? Why? It's because of the peephole, is that? And then I try to hide the fact. Tapi kalau udah panik gak ada yang inget itu tempered with crime scene or whatever. Dan what I did it totally unforgivable. Oh ya, okay. I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap home, so I put it on my sleeve. And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windy Bank shop with it later at night. And then okay. A after Mr. Naruto had left, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. Storm door, you mean? Little device that I had up my sleeve came to my mind. I was so worried about Gin, I simply had to know. Oh, Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little bit of my faith in law. I was worried that the right person would be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. Yeah. With your kind words, Mr. Naruto. You saved me too from my regrets. Oh. Okay. Ah. So, Asogi? Eh? Well, that can be a real word, can it? How? What? Apa? Gimana? Ah? What? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code. Not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own language. What the? But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram. You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says also? I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all Japanese Morse code. Memang terbest Susato. Oh my god. But what can this specifically mean? Whatever. Oh my god. Apalagi ini? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Keasugi Kazumazuki. The second is Asin. Sin? I don't recognize that name. Siapa Sin? The third is Gureguzon. Gregson. Okay. Tobias Gregson. And last name. My name. My name was there. It's just so unexpected. Banyak garam asin. Ivan, sumpah ya, kamu pinter deh. Memang ya kamu pinter ya. Asin dong. Nggak salah sih bacanya, asin juga. Aduh, udah malam gini masih aja. Tunggu ini, siapa nih Las? Is J. Wilson. Oh my god, Sherlock. Oh no. Oh no. So I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, already the end of what you noted down there is. I can't believe it, who would ever have thought that does this contain Japanese Morse code. No! Oh well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? Mana ini? But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Somehow it's solving the case of Mr. Windy Bank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at one of a very dark cave. Oh my god. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Aduh. Oh, the receipt is going to... dadah. I'll sail on that steamship first on the port of Dunkirk in France. And I'll charge onto the larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Dadah Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Kamu terbaik, the best. Fragile, I'll be back before you know it. Nah, yes. Oh, really? Oh no, don't forget Iris. I made a promise. About your manuscript. Oh iya. Iya. Ada Susato. Remember the first time we met? So we halfway across the cabin with a subtle takedown. I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue the masalah straight like this. Aww. Oh, cantik kali ya. I'll be back soon, Farah. Dadah Susato. Gonna miss Susato. Susato, Ivan, jangan Susanto, Susato. Susato, Ivan. Dadah, sayang.
Kore de, なるほど、龍之介。最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ。思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする。僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会った。これからもきっとさまざまな困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう。でもどんな危機だって大逆転できる、そんな気がする。だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから。
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the space of express train. Silakan tolong dibayar. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Bangke, ini anak mas kampret. Bodoh kali. Kampret, dia lebih mending yourself in court. Bukan gitu. Bukan gitu. A word if yes, I love Bruno's word and I know just the one he'll use here. Oh. Gigi, ah bener. Yeay. Akhirnya. Akhirnya kelar. Bisa aku skip nggak ada jangan. Tadi aku sekalian mau ke toilet dulu ya. Aduh tunggu sampai ada fanfic mungkin ya. Siapa tahu ada kan. Boleh juga sih yang pertama ini. Dan sebenarnya masih banyak banget yang harus di reveal karena masih banyak secret di satu ini. Memang harus lanjutin yang kedua gitu kalau mau tahu semuanya. Dan kedua bakal 4 bulan lagi aku mainin selesainya. Selama lagi. Wih, tamat iya Joanna, akhirnya tamat, akhirnya selesai. Astaga. Akhirnya. Baru sadar ada yang namanya Soms. Iya dia. Di sini inisialnya diganti jadi Sherlock Soms. Sama H-nya dibalik dong memang. Sepertinya buat yang TGAA kedua aku masih mikir-mikir sih mau lanjutin buat stream atau enggak, soalnya iya pasti 4 bulan lagi gitu baru selesai kayak gini. Nanti kalau aku lanjutin main as a tourney lagi, ini nggak lama model aku ganti tema jadi detektif sekalian, jadi bukan detektif, jadi pengacara. Mainnya game as a tourney. Jadi kayaknya mungkin nggak tau deh, nanti aku pikir dulu lah. Mana fanfic sih? Aku nunggu fanfic. Sebenarnya aku mau main game lain, tapi aku masih belum tahu apa. Cuma ya nggak as a tourney gitu, nggak yang kayak waktu gini. Untuk sementara waktu. Aku pengen ke WC ini. Kan. Aku lupa anjing. Gina nih. Oh, astaga, ini gak ridep sampai. Yuuichi pakai kacamata yang satu lensa kayaknya cocok. Wah, iya kah Ivan? Iya kah? Yang nggak ada gagalnya cuma rantai. Iya kah? Kalau cocok, mungkin ya cocok ya. Apakah aku terlihat lebih ganteng? boleh. Astaga, Sakurako Super Haruna, kamu masih ada kah? Astaga, thank you loh, kamu masih di sini ternyata kalian. Kacamata bulat itu kan? Iya. Kayaknya yang itu, yang satu doang gitu kan, cuma sebelah doang pakai rantai. Oke juga kayaknya. Iya harus di penjara. Baru saya makan dan kebetulan lihat masih live. Oh astaga, baru saya makan. Kamu makan jam 1 bisa ya. Tapi ya thank you udah datang lagi loh. Super haru. Dari tadi di sini cuma kagak komentar. Oh iya. It's okay, Sakura. Thank you loh masih di sini. Masih bertahan. Congrats, please. Satu sel dong mereka, lucu banget ya. Lucu banget sebenarnya, astaga kalian. Ini bertiga sebenarnya gimana ya? Ya, mereka bertiga kan dari orang susah gitu bertiga. Terus lihat satu ada yang sukses. Lucu gitu. Dia sama pula. Aduh, manis banget. Masih bisa nari. Sebenarnya nggak boleh membuka kasus lampau di sidang saat ini, harusnya ada jeda dan ada yang ngajuin. Iya kah? Nggak boleh ini kah? Buka kasus lampau gitu. Ganti baju bisa tetap ganteng. Iya dong, di penjara harus tetap ganteng. Gak ada fanfics, oke. Aduh, manis sekali, lihat itu. Ih, lucu banget. So sweet, Otsukare. Oke, akhirnya tamat yang pertama. Lucu banget, lucu banget. Kotoba. Astaga. Stop. Kok voice actornya Inggris sih? Kok tulisannya Inggris? Otsu. Lihat aku mengikuti jejak Kazuma, oh my god. Aduh. Case pertama. Apa wait pertama? Kenapa? Mungkin ini versi Inggris ya kali ya. Nanti Susato ikut nih jangan. Aduh. Kazuma kangen, astaga, sumpah Kazuma. Biasanya ya mereka ngedate. No! Tidak! Aduh, nangis. Lagi berdua. Lucu banget. Pipi siapa? Pipinya. Guys, kalian tidak tidur guys, sudah jam 1. Atau kalian mau menikmati nonton ini? Udah yuk, kamu balik lagi kemari. Ya ini udah selesai ini. Udah ending. sih kalau kita tahu banget jalan cerita yang nggak di game. Iya sih, kalau kamu ngikutin banget kayak nice ending and nice case as well. Bagus sih yang pertama ini, kayaknya I expect more buat yang kedua. Aduh endingnya sedih gitu, kayak akhirnya 4 bulan aku main tamat juga gitu. Lucu itu pada ngikut nah. Ivan Six halo. 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 Tuh lihat tuh. Untuk NU baca ganda putra ya silakan. Ya ayo baca. Udah waktunya ya, udah jamnya ya baca ganda putra. Mau main apa selanjutnya? Aku nggak tahu Joanna, aku bingung. Sebenarnya ini ada season keduanya gitu, ada series keduanya. Cuma kalau aku lanjutin lama lagi nanti. Sebenarnya kalau story harus berbulan-bulan baru selesai. Iya seminggu sekali soalnya jatah kita seminggu sekali. Jadi lama. Iya sih, mungkin karena seminggu sekali ya, jadi lama. Sekali main langsung 5 jam. Gempor. Yang ini 5 jam sih ya. Yang ini 5 jam. Ending soalnya. Yeay. Akhirnya. Kalau tiap part 5 jam aku pingsan. No, kenapa dikasih ilustrasi gini lagi? Astaga. Stop. Itai. Pain. Iya itu berdua tapi satu lagi udah meninggal pas di case kedua. Iya ganteng kan? I know. Tapi iya satu udah modar. Ya udah sekali main 24 jam biar cepet tamat. Pingsan aku mikir 24 jam kayak kejang-kejang. S2 ilustrasinya harusnya ada di special content sih. Atau enggak nanti di playback nanti bisa lah SS. Ada di galeri nih pasti. Salah. Aduh, salah. Loh kok mati di case kedua, apa itu? Iya, dia mati ya. Dia meninggal. Lihat ini. Oh. Cara hilanginnya gimana? Ini. Lihat gini. Satu lagi dah di buku Yasin, astaga. Jadi kenapa ada tanda sama dengan baca buku dasar juga susah. Zoom sampai hidung. Kayak ini udah full ini. Udah nggak bisa di zoom lagi. Salah. Wih, lihat ini. Wah, Joanna lihat ini. Gak ada di game ini. Wih di. Betul. Lucu banget ini ya konsepnya. Fanzix gak ada kah? Ini Fanzix dulu. Udah nanti lama lagi deh aku lihat ini lagi. Astaga. Grayson, kenapa ya sifatnya gitu loh, dia dulu kayak dia. Mungkin emang ciri khasnya. Kalau ingin karakter favorit Anda masih hidup, cukup dengan bikin fanfiction atau dojin atau fanan. Menghalu masih hidup ya. Widih. Lucu banget ya di sini. Nice art. Maskotnya lucu banget dong. Ini pertama kayak zoom up, pus. Oke, udah cukup. Nanti bisa kelamaan ini kalau kita lihat-lihat lagi. Thank you semuanya yang udah datang ya, yang sudah menemani sampai saat ini. Astaga. Oh, tadi aku lupa baca Noyomi dibilang mantap tadi. Thank you semuanya. Kotoba, selamat malam kalian. Istirahat kalian. Udah 1:30, astaga. Ya istirahat ya. Thank you udah nemenin, udah meramaikan chat. Pengen main token Ranbo yang 3D tapi eksklusif Nintendo Switch. Oh iya ada toran 3D. Aku nggak tahu sih mau beli atau enggak. Ragu aku. Aku ini main di Switch sih, jadi bisa beli torannya. Cuma ragu sih. Karena satu dan beberapa alasan. Otsuyu, thank you semuanya, bye bye. Udah sampai jam 5. Iya, jaga kesehatan kemari, jangan begadang terus. Baru ingat besok aku tes. Gimana tuh? Tidur, besok UTS pula. Astaga, ada apa dengan kalian? Oke, sampai di sini dulu. Dadah, thank you semuanya ya. Nah, bentar aku cek dulu. Oke, udah. Otsutoba semuanya. Dadah, selamat malam. Oh iya, thank you juga yang udah nemenin ikutin S Attorney sama aku juga. Ini memang udah benar-benar fix. Ya, streaming S Attorney terakhir. Nggak tahu yang kedua yang masih mikir. Yang pertama ya. Dadah semuanya, selamat malam.